And I did reach out to the family and shared my condolences with them on the behalf of the township. If we could just take a moment of silence for Red for all of his years of service now, please. Thank you for that. And we'll continue on. I see, welcome, Councillor Kistemaker. I'm glad you could get in. I know sometimes we have trouble with our virtual streaming. So we're going to continue on now to the approval of the agenda. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Peter and Drago. Moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by Drago Stefanic. Be it resolved that Council does hereby approve the agenda as presented. Those in favor? And that is carried. None opposed. Okay, our next item of business is item number 4, disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof, declaration of conflict of interest. If any councillor has a conflict or a declaration, you can do that now or at any time one comes up throughout. Okay, perfect. And Gail, you've got that?
Yes, I do. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Carrying on, we're going to go to the adoption of minutes. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. John and Belinda. Okay, moved by John Paroff, second by Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornpain does hereby adopt the minutes of the regular meeting of Council held on Wednesday, April 21st, 2021 as distributed. Any comments on the minutes? Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, so our next item of business is number 6, and we have a presentation this evening, and I'd like to welcome Isaac Wilkinson, the project engineer from Avia NG Incorporated that are working on our airport project. And I'm glad you could be here tonight, Isaac. This is pretty exciting stuff for our small community, so you can have the floor.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Is there any way I can share my screen, or I guess as long as everyone has a copy of the agenda, that will suffice too?
I can do that for you, Isaac, just so the public can have a better view as well.
Sure, that would be great. So it looks like my screen is working there.
Yes, I can see it fine.
Excellent. So
it's just to let you know, it's not on presentation mode. I'm not sure if you want to put it to that or not.
I'll be good. Thank you, though.
Okay.
So yes, as mentioned, we're working on the rehabilitation project at your airport. The rehabilitation project basically consists of rehabilitating the existing surfaces there, the runway, the taxiway, and the apron. The existing runway being 3,500 feet long and 75 feet wide. As part of our contract, we were going to look at the preliminary design for a runway expansion. So that included the runway extension, and by association, that also included a runway widening. So what we found when we first started looking at things were that the existing ditches at your airport are about 30 meters from the runway edge. Updated Transport Canada standards require them to be about 40 meters from the edge. This is purely having to do with updated standards and the last time your runway was reconstructed. So that was our first finding. The second finding was that the existing runway width of 75 feet is capable of supporting some of the larger AGN-3A aircraft, such as the water bombers that would probably use the facility. However, it's not sufficient enough for AGN-3 aircraft such as the Dash 8 Q300, and that's what we were given to work with as a design aircraft for this expansion project. The Dash 8 Q300 would require a runway width of 100 feet. From general terms, just generally speaking, the runway width is usually increased to about 100 feet when the length gets to be about 4,000 feet long. And I've included a couple local examples here. Hearst is about 4,500 feet long. It's 100 feet wide. Wawa, 4,400 feet long, 100 feet wide. Manitowaj, 3,600 feet long, 100 feet wide. And Marathon, 3,900 feet long, 100 feet wide. So it's really, you guys are 3,500 feet right now. Your next step with that extension would typically include a widening as well. And then I'm just going to go to the figure here. So what we are showing is we're showing a runway extension to the west of the airport. And there's a couple of reasons that we've selected the west as being our preferred option. Number one is obviously Moonlight Lake up here, which I understand is a source of drinking water for the town. So we want to just generally stay away from this area to the east as much as possible. Secondly, the topographic features down here are slightly better for extending the runway, just a little bit less earth excavation and generally less excavation work required to do so. And then the final option, or the final point, would be that there is tree clearing done along here. So it would reduce the amount of tree clearing or trimming that would be required to accommodate the new runway extension. The other thing that I've shown on here are the existing ditches where they need to bump out to. The proposed ditches, these red lines. The existing ditches aren't really shown on here. You can somewhat see them just from the Google Earth image, and you can see the darker line here. That's the existing ditch with the water in it. It has to bump out about another 10 meters to meet the latest Transport Canada standards. And then our other project here is the runway widening, like I talked about. Once you start looking at an extension into that 4,000 foot range, you really want to start thinking about widening the runway to be 100 feet wide. So what we've done is we've taken these three projects, understanding that, it's really going to come down to, cost and what can be done at this point in time. So we've set a priority to them. We've indicated that we've called them runway safety area improvements, and this is relocating your ditches to make that runway safety area compliant with the latest additions or the latest standards from Transport Canada. We've given this priority project number one, and it has an estimated cost of about $660,000. We've taken the extension and widening and split those up into separate projects as well, and I will explain why in just a second. What we've identified is the runway widening as priority 2A and the runway extension as priority 2B. You would typically not do one without the other. If you wanted to do the runway widening now and defer the runway extension, a few years down the road, that would make sense. If there was never any intent to do a runway extension, then there really would be no need to consider doing a runway widening either. So what we've said, the runway widening for Project 2A, the reason being that the rehabilitation project that you're currently undertaking and you've received funding for, it's going to be basically impacting the existing runway. We're going to be excavating, putting in new granulars, new lights, new conduits, new storm sewers. And it would be advantageous if you were going to widen the existing runway to do that at this time right now. The alternative obviously would be to finish your rehabilitation project. And then if you wanted to do the widening projects, a few years down the road, you're going to have to come back and you're going to have to move the new electrical that will be replaced as part of the rehabilitation project, as well as the new storm sewers that'll be part of the rehabilitation project. And then after that widening is done, the runway extension is sort of our 2B priority. And we're showing an extension of 1,000 feet. You could increment this. You could do 500 feet for now and, add on 500 feet down the road again to get yourself to the ultimate 4,500 foot runway length. These two projects come at a cost of $2 million for the widening and $2.1 million for the extension. So all three project costs here are $4.76 million. So at this time, what we've recommended is that the township seeks funding partners for this. Obviously, we're very aware that this is a major project. If the funding partners are available, we would recommend this priority of projects be completed: the runway safety area improvements, the widening, and then the extension. And we're also recommending that the township would consult with existing and potential future airport stakeholders to identify any limitations of the existing facility. So the purpose there would be to send out some surveys and get some feedback to understand what the aviation community, the local aviation community, would really want to see out of the Hornpain Airport to get the best bang for your buck. I did mean to mention further up that you may, some of you, I don't know if anybody is a pilot on this call, but some of you may know other pilots. And the way that operations are going, and the reason that you might have to move to 100-foot runway, although the airplanes can technically land on a 75-foot runway, the way a lot of commercial operators are going is their insurance is tied to different events and different runway configurations. So although the aircraft may be rated to land on a 75-foot runway, the commercial operator license might be limited to, for example, a 100-foot runway. And that's something that you, if anyone is a pilot or is aware, you might be thinking, well, I can land on 75 feet with that aircraft. Some of the commercial operations, though, however, require wider than the minimum. That's my spiel. I'm happy to take any questions or provide any clarifications as required.
Thank you for that, Isaac. Yeah, if we, I'll open the floor up to council for any questions about the airport project. Go ahead, John. You are on mute.
Thank you, Mayor.
No problem.
I do have one question, kind of, or concern maybe, but between the road and the new extension of the runway, does Transport Canada have some kind of requirement to put a barrier there, or?
Yeah, thanks for the question, John. So there is no requirement to have a barrier, like a physical barrier there. There are certain requirements off the end of the runway to keep clear, and it's 60 meters, it's 200 feet that we have to keep clear. So there is enough room there. I apologize, the image is cut off. I'll go to Google Earth here so you can get a better sense, but the runway extension is about to where I'm just going to see if I can draw a line here for you. Somewhere out in this general area is where the extension goes. So you can see we have quite a lot more than the minimum Transport Canada to a road. The other thing that Transport Canada would require is that there's enough clearance over the road. And this comes from an imaginary surface called an obstacle limitation surface. Again, if the airplane is on approach, there needs to be enough height clearance from the road to basically where that airplane is coming in to make it safe. We've tested those requirements from a preliminary standpoint based on the information we have, and everything will work out.
Do you have a follow-up question, John, or is that good?
No, that's good. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Paroff. Any other questions from Council? Councillor Kistemaker, Belinda, go ahead.
Mine is more about the health and safety when it comes to the construction, when we start construction, and when we have how does our airport get shut down? Like, do you shut the airport down during all this construction? Like, what's the process? Like, does the ditching get done on one side of the road first so we can still use the runway, or that kind of process? Like, what do you do there?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there is a process there's without getting into a lot of, the murky details, there's two types of airports. There's a registered airport and a certified airport. They're slightly different processes between the two. Hornpain is a registered airport. When we do any of our work, we treat our airports like they're certified. So we would do any plan of construction operations as if your airport is a certified airport. And really all a certified airport is some of the bigger ones that have commercial operations running in and out of them, passenger service. The standards are just a little bit higher. So what we'll do as part of the rehabilitation design, and we are still working through that. I can't give you any specifics right now just because we don't have those details yet. But what we will be doing is we'll be looking at the specific clearances. Similar to the previous question, Transport Canada does have very specific clearances on where construction equipment can take place relative to an active runway. In the case of doing the ditching, for example, here, the ditching is actually too close to be able to do it and keep the runway open. So what we will have to do is, if you were to go ahead and do that ditching, the runway would be closed for that period. There's lots of different options to keep the runway available for your users, but generally the runway has to be closed. When we get into the widening and the rehabilitation, obviously now we're digging up the runway. There's no opportunity to use that anymore. Given there are options when it comes to longer runways, you can kind of shorten them. Given the fact that your runway is only 3,500 feet right now, there isn't a whole lot of opportunity to make it any shorter and still provide any meaningful runway length to the users. So what will happen is likely we will shut the runway down, and we'll work out a schedule with Dwayne and Gail when it comes down to that time and we get into that part of the design process. As far as the actual process to close the runway, there's what's called NOTAMs. There's our notice to airmen, and NAV Canada publishes these NOTAMs. They would be published through Dwayne. He would contact NAV Canada. We put a note out there to all airmen, and it's basically runway closed due to construction. There's some dates and times associated with them, and that basically gives the pilot, a community, a heads up that the Hornpain Airport is under construction and not available. Locally on the ground, what we would do is we put these big white X's on the ground. They're constructed many ways. Oftentimes they're constructed out of white Tyvek, like a plastic sheeting, and then white sandbags on top. So we make these really substantial X's. If a pilot were to miss the NOTAM, when they're flying over the airport, they're going to see these big X's on each end of the runway. that would indicate it's closed, which are also, again, standard Transport Canada closure markers.
Okay.
Is that sufficient, Councillor Kistemaker?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, great. Just a follow-up on Belinda's question, Isaac. How long do you figure it'll be closed from like the beginning to the end? How?
I don't want to give a number right now. It's a little bit too early to say. We're still working through some of the different scenarios as far as the rehabilitation methodology goes. And depending on the preferred rehabilitation methodology, that will really drive how long the closure is going to be.
Okay, so once we decide what we want to do, then we can have a more concrete timeline. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Stefanik.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Isaac. I'm looking at item number 3, recommended project scope, one-way safety area improvements. First one, protect the existing facility and bring it to compliance. So basically, we're not in compliance now. What are the ramifications? Because we are not in compliance.
Thanks for the question. So your airport was built on a previous standard. So technically, you do not have to do anything. It would be considered best practice to bring yourself to the latest standards. It's similar to, if I could just use the example of the building code. I'm sure you, more of you are familiar with the building code. It changes over time. It doesn't mean you have to go back in time and fix the stuff that's already been built to that old code. That's what's happened here with the runway. It was built to a previous code. We don't have to go back and fix it. If we have an opportunity to fix it, it would be considered best practice. If we ever got into the scenario where we were actually out there and, regrading the ditches and doing new things, then similar to the building code, once you touch something old, you have to fix it. But right now, the ditches are not part of the rehabilitation scope, so there's no requirement for us to do it. It would be considered a best practice to bring yourself up to the latest standards. And just to add on to that, the rehabilitation project that we are going through, that is going to bring your airfield, the lights, the markings, and all the other components that we will be touching up to the latest standards. And based on our preliminary, assessment right now, the ditches are the only thing that are left out. So, from my just complete this, just get it all done in one shot. The ditches are sort of that last step, just to bring everything into compliance with today's latest standards.
Thank you.
You don't need to have it done. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Stefanik. So a follow-up to Councillor Stefanik's question then. So really, we could just redo the airport the way it is, leave the ditches, and we're still in compliance because we're in the old previous legislation that was
That's right.
previous. Yeah.
So,
okay.
And the other thing that I think I've talked to Gail and Dwayne about this is, we can, this project is, something that we could look at, tendering as a provisional item with your rehabilitation scope. We could get a firm price from a contractor, and depending on your funding agreements and funding availability at that time, you could make the decision whether to go ahead with that safety area improvements project or not.
Okay. Any other further questions from council? I'm just noticing on your presentation that all of our examples around us all were at 100 feet. Do you have any built at 100 feet? Do you have any insight into why that was done? Was it a standard? Was that a best practice back then? Do you know, Isaac?
It really comes down to the length of the runway and the type of aircraft that runway was initially built for. I don't know. I don't know why some of these airports were built the way they were. I mean, Hearst, Wawa, and Marathon, they're right around that 4,000 foot number. So it would kind of be, go to 100 feet wide. That makes sense. Manitou Waj, it's over 3,500 feet, so it's close. It kind of makes sense to just bump that right up to the 100 foot mark. but your airport's at 3,500 feet and 75 feet wide. I wouldn't say that's abnormal. I can certainly find examples around the country that are 3,500 feet and 75 feet wide. It's just when you start getting a little bit longer, you get closer to that 4,000 foot number, you typically see that all the runways are 100 feet wide at that point.
Okay. Do you have any insight on where municipalities or people that have owned airports, where they were able to secure extra funding from?
I have spoken to this about Gail. I've sent her a few different opportunities that we know of. There are, I mean, the program that you guys did receive your funding from the first place would be, your first start. After that, the federal and provincial, every once in a while, they have their development programs that come out. Typically, airports are considered part of the infrastructure eligible that is available there. So it's really keeping your eyes open for the new programs that do come out. And then there is the odd time where you will get a private partner that will help you out with some of this stuff. I don't know exactly all the private partners that might be in play, and specifically Horn Payne. But if you have a business in the area that could benefit from a longer runway and being able to land a plane there for whatever reason, we have seen in the past where there is sometimes private money that is used for this stuff.
Okay, thank you for that. And we initially, when we had discussed that we were looking at doing this next year is there a possibility of extending it out to try and get the funding so that we do the bigger project?
I would defer to Gail on that. I don't know all the details of your funding agreement with FedNor.
Gail, do you have any insight on it?
We could ask for an amendment to the agreement, I'm sure, because these ISIP programs, you have 5 years to carry them out. I think more on our side would be looking at what other projects we might be into, sort of at the same time, looking at staff and resources, financial resources as well as the condition of the runway, and if it can be, like if we can wait another year or 2 years or whatever it comes down to.
Exactly. So I guess we'd need an assessment on that of whether its condition is well enough to continue for another couple of years.
I would think we would want to have that information, yeah.
Okay.
Can I just add a couple of things?
Yes, go ahead, Gail.
So I did look into, actually Isaac helped us look into one of the, sorry, my cord is caught here, one of the options that was out there for funding. And you know what the name of it, the short form is RETA, but the name of the program, actually, if I had it with me, I don't. But anyways, it escapes me. But
it's the
anyways,
Air Transportation Initiative.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So we did look at that, and it's through FedNor. So I actually spoke to FedNor, and as much as she tried to help us out, it's COVID related. You have to tie that funding to COVID. It has to either affect your operations or cut down in passenger service or things like that. So we're not really. We did put sort of an expression of interest in at the 9th hour, but that discussion panned out that it doesn't really suit our project, unfortunately. So that was one avenue that we were hopeful for, and it's not going to work out. The other thing, Isaac, I just wondered, you touched on certified and registered airports, but I just wanted to point out that if you're registered, I think if I heard this correctly, if we're registered only, you can't have passenger service, commercial passenger service. You have to be certified to have that.
There are a few rare exceptions in Canada where it happens, but yes, the passenger service is typically tied to certification. To operate a passenger service, you should plan to have your airport certified. Yes.
Okay, so in that case, you have to follow the Transport Canada guidelines and increase your or improve your standards. And then another thing that came out in our discussions, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, was because of that, even if we extended the runway, even if we extended it 1,000 feet and didn't widen it, it's not going to enable us to get any larger planes in here now than we're accommodating at present, correct? Like, is there a point to extend it if we're not going to widen it?
No, I don't believe there is. And it really comes down to, like I was mentioning before, it may not be the fact that the planes can't operate on it. It's typically tied to their commercial operator's license and specific limitations that they have to that. And then to add to that point, Gail, like I showed those local examples, those are local to Hornpain, but I could do this across the country. Once you kind of get over around that 4,000 foot number, the airport users are going to expect a 100 foot wide runway. It increases safety. When you increase the runway length, you're going to increase the range for different aircraft to use it. You might get some small corporate jets in there too if you get near 4,500 feet. So by widening that runway, especially at a facility where there's only a single runway, those crosswinds, that widened runway provides that extra level of safety for the aircraft using the runway.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I guess the next question I have is how long do we have to investigate this to see if we could get corporate? Or I guess my question is to either Isaac or Gail is, as next steps, do we say, yeah, we're going to widen it and then look at possibly funding that ourselves, or do we look at trying to get some partnerships in place first?
From my perspective, I don't think I would defer to Gail. Again, that's more of that's a financial question, I believe.
Yeah.
So I think, I think we would go out and see if we can get the partnerships. Like, you're going to have the preliminary design done. If we could get the preliminary design done, kind of get an estimate of what it's going to cost, see if we can get any partners, and then decide. Or like you said, I guess that was for the provisional was just for the ditching, for the.
I think it would be too much of a scope to include all of that as a provisional item. The ditching would be, that's even a pretty big project to add on, but I think that would be acceptable. But if we start looking at, a $2 million provisional scope, it's just too big.
Too much. Okay, so then, yeah, I think you need to secure the funding. Otherwise, there's no point in, going through with it, really.
Okay, so let's just step back a bit. So if we were to secure the funding, it's too much of a full project to do it all? I missed what you were just saying there. Sorry.
No. Sorry. So what I was saying is, as part of the rehabilitation project, we could tender the ditching as a provisional item.
Okay.
And basically, that gives you the option. Then you wait, you see what the contractors come up with, you see what the price is, and then at that time you give it a go or no go. With the runway widening, while we could do that, it is certainly possible from a contractual standpoint to do so. I think the scope is just so large that unless you have, a somewhat confident scope that you're going to go ahead with it, it's not worth putting that provisional item in there and confusing the whole tender process at that point.
Okay. So if we don't do it, we won't see commercial flights coming into Hornpain. Basically, our airport would never be able to be used as is, even if it was upgraded with the extra ditching, to have commercial flights in and out of here.
I would never
service. I
would never say never, but the aircraft that we were specifically looking at here is the Dash 8 300, and that's typically what's flying around Northern Ontario, Manitoba, There's also the PC-12 and yeah, I would never say never, but unlikely. Yes, very unlikely.
Okay. I guess the question is what's the passenger capacity of a Dash 8?
I'll have to look that up to be sure. I believe it's in the 20 range, 20 to 26, something like that. Yeah.
I'm just thinking from a safety, I'm thinking aloud here, Council, but I'm thinking from a safety standpoint. So right now, what is the biggest or the largest amount of passengers that we can safely land a plane here and take off with then? Is that 12? Is that like a Pilatus?
I think Heart Gold has Dennis would know, but I think they have a King Air, maybe you know, Dwayne? And I think they have about 14 people. Don't quote me on that, but.
And I do want to clarify, Mayor, the Dash 8 Q300 has a capacity for about 50 passengers.
50, okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking that there could be a safety case there too. Okay, so what do we need for next steps, Gail?
Well, I think we need to give Isaac some input on if you want them to go forward with preliminary design for widening and lengthening, or just widening. Or I think we should get the preliminary design done for everything, even if you can't do the construction right now, because you may want to do the lengthening later on if we could only do widening for now, for example. And then I think the next step is to look for partnerships or extra funding. And then once we know whether we have that or whether we don't, you tender out for your project. Isaac, do you see that as a reasonable?
Yeah, exactly. And Gail, I would say that the preliminary design is complete now. We have confidence in sort of the scope of work and the costs associated with it. So and that was all part of our initial proposal with you, the initial contract to do the rehabilitation design. It included the preliminary design here. So we would just finalize that based on any comments that anybody has. But I believe we're in a position now to give that to you and allow you to go out and seek that funding like you were talking about.
Great.
Oh, okay. So I put that out to council. Any further discussion, council? Does that seem? Could we remove the shared screen, please?
Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you. No, that's okay. Everyone's very small, so I can't see councilors. There we go. I can see everybody now. Okay. So just a final discussion on next steps. Go ahead, Councillor Paroff.
Oh, I was just waiting for you to finish up there. I'm in favor of following what suggested.
Okay. I think we could make a good run at trying to get some extra funders and make a go of it. Councillor Kissmaker, Belinda, go ahead.
I agree with getting the full plan, so we're ready for whatever comes ahead, and it's done. And I'm in favor of what you have suggested. So,
okay, great, Councillor Stefanik.
I concur. I concur with the CEO's recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, and I see Peter is agreeing as well. Okay, well, thank you so much, Isaac, for being with us virtually in Hornpain this evening. And I think we're prepared to try and get ourselves a full-fledged airport. So,
excellent. Well,
yeah,
all the best. And I'm sure I'll be talking Gail and Dwayne, and we'll work through any other projects. And I'm sure at some point I'll be back speaking to everyone at council again, too.
Okay, and I want to reiterate some of the comments that I've heard from Gail and her staff about working with you and your group, just how knowledgeable and how much support that you've given them and understanding. And I just want to thank you and for supporting a small community like Hornpain. So thank you so much.
Much appreciate it. We, we do work with lots of airports all throughout the country, from big to small, but this company really cut its teeth in working with airports exactly like Hornpain, and we certainly don't want to leave that now.
Great. Okay, thank you. You have a great night, Isaac.
You too. Take care, everybody.
Take care, Isaac. Thanks.
Okay, so I guess we'll set up some meetings. I can be of use of wherever you'd like, Gail, and we can brainstorm first on. And if council has any suggestions on who we should approach, we can take that. You can send those off to Gail in an email as well. Okay, so let's carry on with our agenda. If I can get a mover and a seconder for manager's reports, please. Peter? And Drago. Okay, moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by Drago Stefanik. Be it resolved that the council, the corporation, the township of Hornpain does hereby acknowledge receipt of the manager's reports provided at the regular meeting of council held on Wednesday, May 12th, 2021. And our first report is the CAO report. Gail, do you want to speak to your report before I open up the floor to comments or questions?
Thank you. I just have a couple of things to add. You'll notice that the cleanup week has changed, and that was due to the fact that the Public Works has excavator training right from the 31st to the 3rd of June. So we'll just extend the take it or leave it for the 2 weeks and then have staff to pick up on the following week. And, I should have written it down. There was something else I was going to add too, which I can't think of right now. So if I think of it, I'll tack it on to the end.
Okay, it'll probably come to you while we do the discussion, and then you can let us know. Okay, so I open the floor to council. Do you have any questions or comments for Gail and her report? Councillor Stefanik, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Thank you. Excellent report, Gail. The only comment I have was the relocation of the fitness facility, the park, to the arena. And I've been a few of those over the years. I think you're lowballing at 50,000. You're probably going to be looking at 70 to 85,000. If you're buying professional bleachers alone will run you between $18,000 and $25,000. Just a thought on that area, because I did a few in Timmins and Hamilton, and that was way back 1,000 years ago, it seems. But the pricing is very high, especially if you're looking at fencing installation. I would respectfully suggest that the number be slightly higher. Thank you.
Go ahead, Gail.
So I noted in my report that, actually there's a resolution on the table for application to NOHFC for 50% of that project. But in addition, Melissa had found out on her side that you can use federal gas tax towards that program as well. One's federal, one's provincial. So we haven't got that far to ask if you can stack them, but I don't really see why you wouldn't be able, seeing as they're different levels of government. So that may work out well for us, seeing that the cost is, turning out to be more than what I certainly originally thought it might be.
Is our plan to use the sale of that lot price in the relocation as well? I had that assumption, so I just want clarification.
Melissa may be better able to answer that. I don't think it was set specifically aside for that, or Melissa, I could be wrong. I think it sort of just went into the general coffers. Yes. So it wasn't set into reserve or anything.
Okay, but we haven't accounted for that money yet within our budget or anything, right? the sale
Just
price
the,
for the.
just the deposit, I guess, eh, Melissa?
We've accounted for the sale of the land
We have
in the
Okay.
budget.
In this year's budget?
Yep.
Okay, so it's not, okay, so we didn't utilize it for the relocation of the ball field then? No?
No, the only thing that we have in this year's budget for the relocation of the ball field is $28,000 allocated towards that. But then in discussions with CAO and Public Works Department, we found out that it's got a lot more cost involved. So we've been looking for extra money to put towards that.
Okay, so currently we budgeted 28,000.
20,000.
Oh, 20,000. Sorry, I heard 28.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, any other questions for Gail and her report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I just have a few questions. On the second paragraph, it talks about the Hornpain Housing Corporation, just some unexpected things in the slowness of getting it underway, and just wanted you to comment further on that.
Yep, just some projects that have come up that we've had to turn our attention to for deadlines, and just the general workload. So Stacy's been working at getting the binders ready for the board members. We want to have a full package for them when we start instead of sending things piecemeal. So
Okay.
I'm hoping to get all that together. I think we're at a point now, you can shake your head if you think you're right, Stacey, that we could do that by the end of the week. I can't see, but did you say yes?
I said yes.
Okay, thank you. So
Okay.
longer than I wanted it to be, but you can't do everything at once.
Okay, great. And then from there, it would turn over to the project manager and we would have a meeting with the board?
Yeah, I'm hoping to put the date of the first meeting in that letter, provide them with their package of information, and then we can have the first, or you guys can have your first meeting, and do your maybe introductions and set your meeting dates and do some preliminary stuff, and then set your meetings from then on, and then carry on. So hopefully it'll be a smooth transition.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Gail. And I'm glad to hear there's excavator training happening. That's great. And my last question was the for the Center of Ontario, the $7,000 to $8,000 for that. Did we budget for that, or we have to find money for that? Go ahead, Melissa.
We didn't budget for it, but there's already been a few shifts in the budget that have come up. So we are going to have some extra money out of the operating budget to cover that.
Okay, so we'll be covered with the cash that we already have there, or the money that we already have there? Okay, perfect, perfect. Okay, and just one other question, that LiDAR survey stuff, what could we use that for?
That I will defer to Dwayne. That's his ballywick.
Wow, I'm getting deferred all over here today. Okay,
You
we're talking
are.
to everybody.
LiDAR can be used for many things, from road planning to properties, the heights of properties to it's quite the setup. John knows more than I do about it, but it's something new the government's going to release eventually to the public anyway. But right now it's going to be a big bonus for us in town.
And you said
Okay.
we could incorporate into our GIS system.
That's correct.
Okay, right on. Good to know, good to know. Thank you for that, Dwayne. Okay, if there's any other further questions or comments, if not, we can move on. Okay, not seeing any, we'll move on to the Client Service Manager's Treasurer's Report. And Melissa, would you like to speak to your report?
I just want to add that the auditors contacted me at the beginning of the week, and they've decided that they're not coming to Hornpain for a field visit. So we're going to be doing everything virtual. And actually, I seen an email come in today. I haven't even had a chance to look at it yet, though, but they're already asking for some stuff that they usually do on the field visit. So I have training full days, Thursday and Friday, and the frontline girls have training 3 days starting today till Friday. So I imagine next week will be just focused on auditing.
Okay. Okay, did you have any other comments on your report? No? Okay. I open the floor up to questions for Melissa. Go ahead, Councillor Paroff.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. Through you, I got a note, the 2020 gas tax report. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, please?
So every year I have to send in a expenditure report and risk assessment report and asset management report to AMO for our federal gas tax and the situation within our municipality in regards to reporting. And I had submitted that, and then we get our federal gas tax twice a year, once in July and once in October. So then without those reports, that money won't be coming. So it's been submitted and that's done.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Paroff?
Yes, I think so. Yes, thanks.
Okay. So we will have, and what you were saying, Melissa, so the federal gas tax is eligible to use for the relocation of the ball field.
Yep.
And if we're looking at relocating it next year, we would have, do we have, like, it would be 59,000 next year as well, or just under 59? Or just over?
Well, we've allocated our portion for this year and next year to the airport project. So this 59,000 is a bonus because of COVID. It's an additional installment.
Okay.
So we don't have to use that 59,000 this year, but we're only allowed to hold it for 5 years.
Oh, okay. Okay. So this is actual extra money that we didn't budget for and that we have. Okay,
That's right.
I missed that. It's probably written clearly here, but I didn't get that. Okay, well, I'm always happy to have an extra $60,000. Okay. I didn't quite. Is there any other questions? Or Councillor Stefanik, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of comments. Thank you for the report. Well done, Melissa. I agree with you. Biannual financial reporting. I think what you emphasize, I agree 100%. And also, thank you on page 3 for your good investment strategy. I like to see that, and it's well done. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have one final comment. I don't know if there's other questions from council. My question was about the tokens, Melissa. Are we going to do some training or something on the token? Because I've looked on there and I don't really actually see any benefit. I don't exactly know what I'm supposed to do. I just see a bunch of check things and I can't even know what they are. Like,
So actually that's a project that kind of got fallen off the radar, so we'll have to pick that up. I know in the email that I sent out to council back in November is that we were all supposed to do one-on-one training with CIBC, and I know I have not done it. I think the only I know the deputy treasurer has put in all of the vendors and stuff into the system, so she's ready to go on her end. It's just a matter of us registering our tokens and getting the training to know how to do it. Then we could go from not using checks to paying all through EFT. So
okay.
Yeah, I'll get back on that, and then I'll provide council some further direction.
Okay, great. Councillor Kistemaker, Belinda, go ahead.
Okay, the tokens, I noticed that they expire. They in the material that you sent us, they say they expire, but the tokens themselves don't expire. So do you just have to call CIBC and just say you want to get on, or do you have to get reset up by the township in order to do it?
I'm not really sure, and if Bonnie's allowed to speak, maybe she could provide some insight.
You can defer. You can defer to the mayor on this one. Actually, I'll take a defer. Yeah, you can call them, Belinda, and they'll set you back up. They'll set you the information, the correct information again.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just didn't know if you were allowed to call yourself, or if I had to wait for someone from the township to do that.
No, you can set it all up because your profile's already set up there. Mine was already there. Yeah, I think the staff did that for us in the beginning, Melissa.
Yeah, we've done all of the signing authorities, and I will reach out to her for some further clarification, and I'll provide council some updates once I reach out to her.
Okay. Great. My concern is that I did realize that if any of us were to do the e-transfers or that sort of thing, you need this token with you. So if you're out of town, you can't do anything without that token. So that was I was like, I'm not gonna be able to help because it'll be sitting on my desk, I'm sure. Okay, that was my only question. Any other further comments? No? Okay, let's carry on then. And we're going to the Public Works Manager's report. Dwayne, do you want to speak to your report before I open up the floor to questions?
Sure. Just a follow-up from the question from last meeting about the storm drains behind the Fresh Mart and the engineering. There are no engineered drawings at all for that, other than the culverts themselves are engineered, but there is no drawings.
Okay. But everything's working as planned. We haven't had the water buildup or anything in that area at all because this is our second full year with them in place.
No issues yet.
No issues. Okay. Okay. Is that all for comments on your report? I'll open up for questions for you, Dwayne.
Sure.
Okay, great. Council, any questions for our Public Works Manager? Go ahead, Councillor Stefanik.
Yeah, through you to Dwayne. With this pothole dilemma, I realize there's a format to follow. I've been doing it 26 and a half years when I worked at the municipality. Aside from that, my strong assumption, it's an elementary comment. I'm sure when your staff drives around town, like anyone else does, from point A to point Z doing their work, I'm sure, I just want to confirm this, they will check with you and advise you there's major potholes. Is that correct?
I do a patrol myself, and also they do also, but that's not what the issue was. I actually purchased the cold patch on April 14th. It showed up here. We're waiting on basically the weather to agree with us. It's been raining, snowing, so we always have water in the holes. We need temperature because it's a malleable product in order to get it in the hole and make it stick. So actually, we started yesterday afternoon, and again today we were patching also again.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. I had that on my list too about the potholes, just because in your defense, I totally do think that things do happen in a systematic way. I kind of get that. So I was sure there was reasons that I didn't know of. So definitely temperature and then we do the cold patch. The one thing that I was wondering, I did have a question about, is by the tracks, the Fifth Ave crossing, and I noticed them one other year, is there's like piles, like wooden piles coming up out of the road. What are those? Like, can they be removed, or do you know what they are?
It's all stuff they buried years ago. It's that whole section of Marathon Road where it's all coming up is all stumps and everything else. They just buried it under the pavement years ago. If we pull it up. Yep.
Okay. No. Okay. Go ahead, Gail. I'm sorry. I'm just astonished that that's what's there. Okay, go ahead.
If I am remembering it rightly, I'm sure we, and I don't know if we is this council or if it was previous council, and I don't really know why it was being looked at, but I'm sure a group of people saw some plans, like surveys that were done in that area. And I'm not even sure if that's not CN right away property. Like it was an odd setup. I'd have to try and find those. Like I don't even know really if it's our portion of the road, to tell you the truth.
Oh, well,
It was a weird, we were shocked to see it. I don't remember who was involved in that, but it's not what we were looking for, but it was on the map.
would that have come up in our zoning when you were looking at the zoning with the consultant?
Well, it didn't come up. No, it didn't come up with that. It was before that, because we were actually looking. I'm thinking it might have been something to do with, could have been as far back as the water main relocation from the that would have been 2 councils ago now, but the closure of the homework center. I don't remember. I just remember seeing that. Have to look for that again, because I think it would maybe give some insight as to why whatever's in the road is in the road.
Right. And we'll probably need it for the zoning if we're zoning that area and it's not.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been a big, an old survey too. I don't know. But,
okay.
There was definitely something.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, Gail. Yeah, it's trying to gather all this information and make sure we have it all in one place, and then finding out things like this. I'm amazed that, well, lots of different things happened. We weren't under the environmental rules we have now too. So any other further questions for the Public Works Manager? Okay, I just wish you all luck on your training that's coming up, and hope it all goes well, and especially the dig that's coming up too on Murphy Lane. Looking forward to hearing about that.
Sounds good.
Right on. Thank you, Dwayne. Okay, so we'll move on to the Economic Development Officer, Stacey Randell. Do you have any comments on your report or speak to it before I open up for questions?
I just have one update. So I got an email yesterday saying that we weren't successful in getting the Healthy Communities Initiative, which was the iPad lending library for the library. So they said the program was way oversubscribed, but they invited us to put in a further application in round 2, or we can look at the application and reapply in round 2.
Okay. Do we do a follow-up with, like I noticed on your report, where we do follow-ups, or is that already been done? That was what you did with them?
I just got an email at about 4:30 yesterday, so that will be done. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Great. Right on. Thank you, Stacey. Okay. Any questions for the Economic Development Officer from Council? Okay. I don't have any either. We're good to go. Okay. So I had a motion on the floor. Let me get to it. To acknowledge receipt of the reports, and I'm going to put that to a vote now. Those in favor? And that is carried. None opposed. Okay, so we're moving on now to correspondence action items. And I wanted to just address, I was in a meeting with Gail about letters of support and action items that driven from people wanting our support. And this comes from item 10.2 as well, because that was deferred from our last meeting. And what I was looking at was possibly, if anything that comes for a letter of support on the council's agenda, that we ensure that a report from that community or group that is looking for the support, that they generate that. Because I think it's unfair to staff to have to generate reports for other communities so we can give support. And we would do the same thing, right, if someone was giving support. So we can talk about that further on 10.2. So right now we have, if I can get a mover and a seconder for NOMA, please. John and Peter. So moved by John Peroff, second by Peter Kistemaker. Whereas on April 19th, 2021, the Northwestern Ontario Municipal Association, NOMA, wrote to the Honorable Ross Romano, Minister of Colleges and Universities, informing him of NOMA's concern about his decision to dissolve the partnership between the Northern Ontario School of Medicine, NOSM, and Lakehead and Laurentian Universities, due to the fact that there is a desperate shortage of physicians and healthcare professionals in Northwestern Ontario, and therefore the need to procure and retain skilled physicians that can respond to the unique and multifaceted healthcare needs of northern communities is of vital importance that would translate to lives saved. And whereas a respected leadership forum of municipalities in the region is strongly opposed to the decision made by the government to sever these institutions and is requesting the minister to reconsider this decision and further to seek consultations prior to making future decisions. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council, the Corporation, the Township of Hornpain does hereby express its strong support for NOMA in its efforts to have the minister reconsider and reverse his decision to dissolve the partnership between Northern Ontario School of Medicine, NOSM, and Lakehead and Laurentian Universities. Be it further resolved that this resolution will be sent to Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Ross Romano, Minister of Colleges and Universities, the Honourable Christine Elliott, Minister of Health, the Honourable Greg Rickford, Minister of Energy, Northern Development, Mines and Indigenous Affairs, the Honourable Pramit Singh Sakaria, Associate Minister of Small Business and Red Tape Reduction, Stephen Davidson, Secretary of the Cabinet, Shelley Tapp, Deputy Minister of Colleges and Universities, Helen Angus, Deputy Minister of Health, Gilles Garrison, Deputy Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, Carol Hughes, MP, Algoma Manitoulin Kapuskasing, Michael Mantha, MPP Algoma Manitoulin, His Worship Bill Morrow, Mayor of Thunder Bay, Dr. Mora McPherson, President and Vice Chancellor of Lakehead University, Dr. Robert Hache, President and Vice Chancellor, Laurentian University, Dr. Sarah Newberry, Marathon, and the Northwestern Ontario Municipal Association, NOMA. Any discussion on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Peroff.
I see in the, thank you, Mayor. I see in the documentation there, I don't understand why the decision to do that, to separate from Laurentian and Lakehead are. I'd like to know why they're wanting to separate and what Awesome is doing in the future before I support anything.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Stefanik.
Yeah, through Mayor. For my reading, Council Peroff, it seemed that the university didn't have a choice. If they did not dissolve that relationship, they would have to declare bankruptcy and shut down the facility. That was very clear. You've been in Toronto Star. That was the reason. So the three judges looked at the issue about a month ago, and that's the only choice they had. If you don't dissolve those associations, you will have to declare bankrupt and close the facility. That was my understanding.
So just to clarify that, Drago, all three universities would have had to declare bankruptcy because of their association with the one?
No.
Oh.
No, just the university that's in trouble is Sudbury, Laurentian. But
Okay.
So they had no choice. I think they had no choice from the readings I received. They had no choice as far as university. That was the only path they could take to become solvent at the end.
Okay. Oh, you're on mute, Drago. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. You could double check on the background data. Sudbury Star ran many stories regarding that issue and last 2 weeks.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any further comments from council? Go ahead, Councillor Paroff. Yep.
Yeah, so to me, that's kind of what I heard too. But to me, if they were legally obligated to dissolve that relationship, putting a support letter into the other branches of the government doesn't seem very logical to me.
Right, to reverse something that can't be reversed is what you're saying.
Correct.
And that's your understanding of it too, Councillor Stefanik? Is that the hand was shoved that way?
I think the decision has been made, but I mean, I don't think it would hurt to forth and send, whatever weight it may bear this letter. I would respectfully say, just go ahead and do it and see what happens. I mean, if they get enough support, government has been known over the years, different governments, to alter the course ever so slightly.
Right. I feel like I don't have enough information. That's what I think. That was my little preamble about, and I don't expect our staff to do it. I think it should come with the documents. Do we want to defer and see if they could provide us with further information before our staff sends letters and resolutions and everything to all of these people? Councillor Paroff, go ahead.
I don't know if we need to defer, but I don't know what NOSSM's going to do. It doesn't say that they're abolished and going to leave Northern Ontario forever. I don't know. Yeah, we could defer, get more information and work it out, but
yeah, I don't mind deferring, and I can make a couple of phone calls to NOMA and to Lakehead University. I have no problem doing that on my part and bringing that information. But I'm wondering if there's a fuller report of behind all of these. Go ahead, Councillor Stefanik.
I would just go forth and I mean, how many times over the years we support as a cause? I think it's overall, in my opinion, my gut feeling is a good cause. If it helps them in some way, wonderful. Because I mean, they're trying to work. I don't expect them to send us a 20-page report. I really don't. I either be supported or not supported. I will not defer it. Thank you.
Okay. Gail, I have a question for you. Like something like this where we have a list of 20 or so people that we're forwarding it to, and the work involved after, like when if we pass this tonight, that we carry this?
So these days, everything's pretty much emailed. I mean, there still has to be, looking for the email addresses, and some of the ones that we do frequently, she would have on hand. But sometimes there's time with that. There's taking the time to write the support letter, which is easy if you're just saying, please find attached resolution number, blah, blah, supporting, blah, blah. Not so easy if it's a letter of support. So what you don't spend time doing writing the resolution, you might spend time writing an actual support letter. But there's no more, printing 15 copies and mailing them out and all that kind of stuff. That's all done digitally now. So it's less than it was before, but it's still a lot of work if it's not something that is the council doesn't feel strongly about.
Okay. Okay. Any further discussion on it before I put it to a vote? And go ahead, Councillor Kistenmaker. Peter?
Yeah, I would agree with Michael on this. There, make it simple for everyone. Something that can't be changed, I don't think, but the thought was there. So, yes, decide. I'd vote yes to support it, and then not defer.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Paroff, you're unmuted. Did you want to speak?
no.
No? Okay.
No.
Okay, I'll put it to a vote. So those in favor? And that is carried. Oh, none opposed. It's good, though, I have to say, Council, it's good to have the discussion and question those things, because sometimes if we're just, how much staff time are we actually spending to support things that really, so we have a better understanding and look at it into the future too. Okay, 10.2, we deferred this. It was the paid sick days, which did change at, there is paid sick days now. Gail, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, just to say that the province did institute three paid sick days that will be paid through WSIB, and money filtering through that way for short term. I believe it's until September, some date in September, anticipating, I guess, that the pandemic will be over and they wouldn't be required anymore. So it is just a short-term solution, but they have put that into place for the time being.
Okay, I don't have that resolution here. The one that we deferred.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe we didn't print one out, Shannon.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have noticed it. It says resolution pending. I have a piece of paper in there.
Oh, yes, because we were going to rewrite our own, remember?
Right. Okay.
Council asked us to kind of personalize it to more of what we felt. And then Shannon actually was working on that. And then you and I had a discussion today about this, the work that it's causing, and the background information maybe isn't always there.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even know if you, I mean, we can still, we can, I guess, either adjust it on the fly, or we can table the same one we had and just print it out tomorrow. Whatever you think, or we can bring it back to
Well,
June.
we could table the one we had. I don't think we need to bring it back. Table the one we have, and we can vote on that to defeat it. It's not going anywhere. If that's
if the wording's the same, like, I mean, I think you've got the old, like the deferred one in there, so the wording wouldn't change.
Yeah, let me just.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I can read it out, and I get a mover and a seconder. Let me just find it here. Okay. I'll put it with the minute scale, and I'll put the mover and the seconder in with that, and then I can fill it out for you.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay, if I can get a mover and a seconder, or I don't even need a mover and a seconder because it was deferred. It's the same mover and seconder, is it not? Because it was moved by Belinda Kistemaker, second by John Paroff.
I don't know. I've always gotten new ones, but Shannon, you may have gotten new training, more training than I did recently. I think she's frozen. There. Because it's going to be a different resolution number. So I think I would just get two new ones.
Okay, so I'll get a mover and a seconder, read the same resolution, and then put it to the vote. Council, are you good with that?
That's what I would do.
Okay. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please, for the deferred resolution from last general meeting of council? Belinda and John. Okay, moved by Belinda Kistemaker, second by John Paroff. Whereas the council has received correspondence from the municipality of Kelvin requesting support for universal paid sick days for all Ontario employees, and whereas workers in Ontario without paid sick leave often feel forced to work when unwell so they can feed and support their families and are at risk of losing a paycheck or even their jobs if they stay home, and whereas the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit is temporary and not accessible to all and not usable for crucial first days of the illness, and whereas had legislative sick days been in place before the global pandemic, lives would have been saved because infection rates would have been reduced, and whereas the lack of paid sick days has especially hurt minorities and vulnerable populations who are often overrepresented in low-paying frontline jobs with few benefits and reduced ability to work from home. And whereas the Ontario Medical Association 11 Greater Toronto and Hamilton area mayors and chairs representing Ontario's largest municipalities, the editorial board of the Toronto Star, the Toronto Board of Health, the Decent Work and Health Network, the Ontario Nurses Association, and several other professional associations representing thousands of healthcare workers have called on the province to legislate paid sick days. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby support the municipality of Kelvin and the town of Amherstburg's council resolution endorsing legislative sick leave and calls on the government of Ontario to permanently legislate universal paid sick days for all workers in Ontario during the pandemic and beyond, regardless of workplace size, type of work, or immigration status. Be it further resolved that this resolution be sent to Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Monty McNaughton, Minister of Labour, Trade and Skills Development for their consideration, with copies to Carol Hughes, MPP Algoma Manitoulin Kapuskasing, Michael Mantha, MPP Algoma Manitoulin, the municipality of Kelvin, and the town of Amherstburg. And I put that to a vote. Those in favor of the motion? Those against? And that's defeated. Okay, moving on. .3. If I get a mover and a seconder, please. Peter and Drago. Moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by Drago Stefanik. Whereas accurate and complete census data supports programs and services that benefit our community and will inform many of the economic and health-related policy decisions that must be made for Canadians by all levels of government. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby support the 2021 census and encourages all residents to complete their census questionnaire online at www.census.gc.ca. Any comments on the motion? And put it to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried, none opposed. Okay, we have item number 10.4, invitation to participate. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Belinda and Peter. Moved by Belinda Kistemaker, second by Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that blank does hereby agree to participate in the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing Municipal Code of Conduct consultation scheduled for June 10th, 2021 on behalf of the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne. Do we have a volunteer that would like to participate on behalf of Council? Belinda? Okay. Council in favor of Belinda? I'll put her name in the slot. Okay. Thank you, Belinda. So I've added Belinda's name and those in favor, putting it to the vote. And that is carried. And just to recall, Gail, we did sign up a spot because the cutoff date was beforehand, correct?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that.
Just have to contact them and change the name.
Perfect. Okay, 10.5. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Drago and John. Okay, moved by Drago Stefanik, second by John Peroff. Whereas tourism in Northern Ontario is a key economic driver, it being a $1.6 billion industry supporting over 20,000 jobs. And whereas United States tourists are significant and essential for Northern Ontario, as there are approximately 1 million U.S. visitors annually, spending $466 million. And whereas U.S. tourists can comprise up to 90% of the business for many Northern Ontario tourism operators, and whereas the Northern Ontario tourism industry has been virtually shut down due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the closure of the U.S. border for tourists, and whereas many Northern Ontario tourist operators are facing extreme financial difficulties and even bankruptcy, and whereas in order to address the border closure and related issues, Destination Northern Ontario, Nature and Ontario Tourism Ontario and Tourism Industry Association of Ontario have formed the Northern Ontario Border Working Group, NOBWG, to develop concrete solutions to help ease border restrictions for qualified U.S. tourists. And whereas other countries, such as those in the European Union, are endeavoring to allow qualified U.S. tourists in this summer. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council, the Corporation, the Township of Hornpain does hereby request that the Canadian government officials support the efforts of the Northern Ontario Border Working Group and develop a plan to safely open the border to qualified U.S. tourists in Northern Ontario this summer, 2021. Be it further resolved that this resolution be sent to Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, the Honourable Melanie Joly, Federal Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages, the Honourable Dan Vandal, Federal Minister of Northern Affairs, and the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, and the Honourable Lisa MacLeod, Minister of Heritage, Sport, Tourism and Cultural Industries for their information and consideration, with copies sent to Carol Hughes, MP, Algoma Manitoulin Capscason, Michael Mantha, MPP, Algoma Manitoulin, the Northern Ontario Border Working Group, care of David McLaughlin, Destination Northern Ontario, as well as to local tourist operators. Just a comment on this motion. I had been in discussion with David at Destination Northern Ontario and a few of our current operators here around our community, and also that we're the center of Ontario. I thought it was imperative to reach out and make these connections and support that our northern tourism industry is not forgotten when it does open up, so that a plan's in place ahead of time. I was really glad to see that there was already a working group doing this and that we could support them. So anyway, any further comment on the motion? Okay, those in favor? And that's carried. None opposed. Okay, 10.6. Gail, do you want to speak to this before it's loading up?
Yeah, I put that on the agenda to get council's input on whether you want to put a submission in as a council, or if people just want to do it individually as residents or not. I didn't prepare anything because I didn't want to go ahead and spend the time if council's choosing not to do that. So I know we've been talking with Hornpain Lumber about various projects and trying to support them over the several years, but over the last couple of years particularly, and interested in forestry and biomass and all that kind of stuff. So I just thought you might want that opportunity.
And it's open till, is it August?
It is, to write that down just a second. It is, yes, no, just a second. It's, just a minute.
I saw
we
the
have
date.
time. Yeah, I did too, and we definitely have time. It's just June 21st.
June 21st. Okay.
June 21st, yeah. I even looked at that before the meeting, so I would know when I forgot. I'm hopeless these days. Brain overload.
So you'd either want to know if council wants to put in comments as individual or as a group?
Yeah, so if you want to put one in as council, then I can prepare something. Or if you'd rather just do individual, then that's totally up to you.
Okay, I put that out to council. What would you prefer? Go ahead, Councillor Paroff.
I'm just wondering if all of council put one in on behalf of the township, it would have a little more meaning than individually. This question.
So putting it in as a group instead of individually? Okay. I'm seeing other concur. Councillor Stefanik, okay. Okay, how do you want to collect the ideas for that, Gail?
So if people just want to email me their comments, and then we can compile them and bring a draft submission to the June meeting. Make sure everything's included, everything that you want is included, and then I'll also look at it and, add some points as well.
Okay, so our June meeting is on the 16th, correct?
16th, yes.
Okay, so do you want the comments by the 28th of May or the 4th of June, somewhere in there?
Well, the sooner the better. Where are we now? The 12th? Yeah, 28th. Would that work for people? It's a couple of weeks, eh?
May 28th. Yeah, I'm seeing yes. Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to email comments to Gail before May 28th? And then it'll come to council, correct, Gail?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, moving on. 10.7. There is a resolution for this one. Okay, a mover and a seconder, please. Peter and Belinda. Moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornpain does hereby authorize the CAO clerk to submit an application for funding to the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund Corporation. Enhance your community stream to help cover the cost of relocating the municipal baseball field in order to accommodate the building of a hotel in our community. Be it further resolved that Council authorizes a municipal contribution of up to $25,000 to this project, which stream provides up to 50% in cost shared funding for the projects that contribute to a healthy and vibrant community via municipally owned social and recreation facilities. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, there being none, I'll put that to the vote. Those in favor? And that's carried, none opposed. Okay, we're moving on to 10.8. And there's a draft letter there that Gail and I were able to do up for the Northern Credit Union. So if council's in agreement, I'll send that out tomorrow. Go ahead, Councillor Stefanik.
Yeah, I usually don't say this, but I simply love this letter. I really do. It's hard-hitting facts. It's factual. You bring up great issues. And just to give you a background history, I was the delegate chair at Credit Union for 17 years, and Reams was treasurer for 15. We parted ways in June of 2019. Their vision and their mission of NCU that was on paper was not in reality. It was not being executed, and we felt we didn't align no longer with the vision, and that's why we both resigned. Just let the record for straight. But I love the letter. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Stefanik. One comment I do have in researching this with, I contacted the municipality mayor in St. Joe's, because they actually were one of the closures and then they got to be reopened again. So in discussions with that, I found out some other information about that the credit unions are mandated provincially, where banks are mandated federally, and that the federal government passed a protection measure for Canadians, that there's certain protocols they have to follow if they were to close a bank or restructure a bank or what have you. I'm not sure exactly of this, but I was wondering if it's an item that we want to submit for an AMO delegation. And I thought, because Drago, you've been 17 years as the chair and you're going to be going to AMO, I think that's fitting to ask the province for some sort of similar law or regulation that protects communities from, so there's a way, so you know if a closure is coming, that there's a set protocol to that. That's something we could ask, and then possibly reach out to those. There's, I think, the list of the communities that still have credit unions is on their annual report, so that wouldn't be difficult to get. Okay, so that's one idea. Okay, I'll leave that at that point. And Gail, do you need any further information on that? Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to point out that I'd seen somebody share on Facebook that the hours actually are now, I think, I just glanced at it, but they're closed on Mondays now instead of Fridays. So I think we would want to verify that before sending out the letter, because right now it reads that it's closed on Fridays, which it was originally. So I think just to verify that.
Yeah, we can verify that tomorrow morning, and then we can, before I sign it. Go ahead, Councillor Stefanik.
Yeah, it's closed Mondays, open. My data says open on Fridays 11 till 5, if I'm not mistaken. But Mondays will be closed. I think they try to go along with the food store, sort of, which it should did originally, but hindsight is 2020, I suppose.
Yeah. Maybe we can identify that in the letter when we reword that part, was that we're liking, like, that's a good change. At least that fits. Like, okay, so we'll fix that up and just modify that so it's current, and then we'll get that out tomorrow. Okay, so moving along in our Gail, would you want, if we were to do AMO delegation to the Minister of Finance on that, looking for some sort of protective legislation for small communities with credit unions, would we want a resolution or support letters from them, or what would you think would be the best way?
I think it would be good if by doing this, we put in our request, because they're due June 4th, and then we can reach out to these communities, like you say, that are listed on the annual report. And I think, yes, ask for letters of support or resolutions of support or whatever would work best. And we can put that in our actual package that we provide to the ministry prior to our meeting with them. And then we can speak to it at the meeting.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, so now we'll move on to 11, section 11. We have correspondence information only. So the first item on the list is diligent press release. I would like to acknowledge our Deputy Clerk, Shannon Milley. I am proud to say that Shannon is recognized as a leader in modern governance of community governance leaders who are committed to driving positive organizational change. And there's one section in this media release that hits it, is the professionals recognized by the Modern Governance 100 Community Boards program demonstrated exceptional work throughout the year with a consistent focus on communication, collaboration, and community. And I know, Shannon, that you don't work in a silo, that there's people helping you in your success in your position at the Township of Horn Plain. And we can see even just in this meeting that we're streaming, that we're recording, and the different things with our documents. This is huge change that we didn't have, and we thank you for it. And I'm glad that you were acknowledged. Great. Thank you so much. I'm so glad. So listen to CFNO this week. Okay, let's move on. Any other comments from council for the information only section that you'd like to speak to? Okay, there being none, I believe I have a resolution. If I can get a mover and a seconder for the information only package. John and Peter. Moved by John Paroff, second by Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornpain does hereby acknowledge receipt of the correspondence information only package attached to the agenda at the regular meeting of Council held on Wednesday, May 12th, 2021. Those in favor? And that's carried, none opposed. Okay, so moving on to donations, none. 13, there's none. 14, none. 15, news and other business. 15.1 is the COVID-19 update. And I'll hand that over to you, Gail.
Thank you. So I think I'm going to start out, as you did at the last meeting, read my first paragraph of my report, more for public who may be listening at a later date, because everybody on here has likely read this before, everybody on the meeting, I mean. And then I'm just going to do a little bit of a fresher update after that. So COVID-19 cases in the district remain front of mind as case numbers in the area remain generally high, and the virus has now been confirmed to be in our community. This does not change the public health safety protocols that have been promoted over the last year. Those remain the same. Stay distant, wear a mask, wash your hands. The best way to keep everyone safe is to stay home. Do not associate with others outside of your household, and do not gather. The virus cannot travel if people remain apart. I encourage you all to encourage anyone you are speaking to practice all protocols and to practice kindness. Also important is that people understand the strain that the virus has caused on our healthcare system when positive cases arise. We must remember, although our hospital provides fantastic care, it is limited in its staff and other resources and could quickly become overwhelmed. With the upcoming vaccine clinic, which was on Monday, being offered to those over 40, as well as the Group 2 Phase 2 essential workers, another large portion of our population should be able to receive their first dose. I encourage residents to consider getting a vaccine for everyone's safety. A good portion of eligible community members have been vaccinated already, and according to the latest information from the province, anyone over the age of 18 who wants a vaccine should be able to get one by the end of May, and that would be the first dose. In addition to that, the Pfizer vaccine has now been approved for use between the ages of 12 and 16. It was 16 and up before. I put 18, but it was 16. And again, just to thank the Porcupine Health Unit and the Hornpain Community Hospital for looking after our community so well by providing support to the residents and to the township. So picking up on that, I think having the reality set in that we did have a positive case in our community, I'm thankful that it seems to have not taken off and spread that I'm aware of at this point in time. And I am concerned that I'm glad everybody's well, but I'm concerned that that may reinforce some negative behaviors. So I just want to make it clear that this is dangerous, and we got lucky. And I think that the virus is not a low risk; it's a high risk. And just we can't let our guard down, and we have to make sure we follow the protocols. So I know I'm repeating myself, but that's what we need to do to get through this. And then with regard to the clinics, I see, I think it was yesterday, last night, the Porcupine Health Unit posted that the upcoming clinics will be open to anyone 18 and up as of now, as opposed to, I think they were going to be up 30 and up before. So that's good. They've opened up. I believe we're going to have 2 more clinics in May. One is on the 20th. I'm not sure exactly when the next one will be. Mayor Fort has done some recordings for CFNO. There's 4 different little messages that are going to be interspersed over the next little while. So that's helpful because it will also be other people in the region hearing them. And then as far as active cases, right now, we are really high. The Porcupine Health Unit District has 165 active cases with 258 variants of concern. The Thunder Bay District has 31 active cases. They did not report variants of concern. And the Algoma Public Health has 24 active cases with 74 variants of concern. So we're up there. And as we've been told in our meetings, even if the stay-at-home order is lifted next week as it's supposed to be, our region is going to remain in gray, and really not much will change for us. So all I can do is just encourage people. I know it's hard and we're all tired of it, but we really need to buckle down and get everybody vaccinated and get this out of our system so we can enjoy summer and enjoy, start traveling again and enjoying life again, because it's really taken a toll on people. So with that, I'll just pass it over to you, Mayor Ford. I'm sure I missed a few things.
No, that was really good, Gil. I just want to say that we do continue meeting every week. And the one thing that I think we've lost perspective a little bit on was that, last year at this time, we were just coming out of our first lockdown. We didn't really know what this virus was. We just saw the devastation across the world that was happening. And we weren't even thinking that we would get a vaccine within 2020. The talk at that time was that it was out a year. So although it's been tough and it's been challenging, we have a lot to be thankful for, that the vaccine was able to be made quickly, and that it's been dispersed, that now we're getting a lot more vaccine available to us in Ontario and our area. And putting that into perspective, that alone, could you imagine, put that to think about, what if we were today without a vaccine? And it could very well have been. So although it's difficult, but I find that when it's tough times, they're tough and it's discouraging and you get yourself down. But when you put it into those terms of what can we be thankful for, we can be thankful that the world community worked together to get us that vaccine created, and that it is being distributed. And we're seeing that it's working in the long-term care homes, that it's not, you see places opening up across the world now, but it's still devastating some countries too. So it's still an active virus, but we are seeing that the vaccine is working, and just to be thankful for that. So that's all I have to add, Gail.
I just forgot one thing I wanted to bring up, because I think your interview with the hospital CEO was since our last meeting. I've lost track of time.
Oh, yes, it was. Yes.
That's on our website, and also your Cheryl T. Fort website, if anyone wants to watch that. And and we do have one or maybe 2. I didn't check in with the staff today on that, but we have a couple of smart TVs up around the community that will be cycling COVID videos and slogans and things like that hopefully people will kind of take in as they go about their business. And I do believe there's a couple other businesses that we're still working with to get them put up in there as well. So I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, thank you for that. And thank you for the reminder, because I do want to thank Heather, our CAO of our hospital, Heather Jeremy Brube, who came on with me, and we discussed the healthcare system and the toll it's taking and what it means to hospitals to transfer patients and the care that's given when someone's in an ICU bed, what that means. And then putting the perspective that, we hear all these numbers. We hear, 886 people in critical care and 600 on people on ventilators, and putting those into perspective. It's people. It's people that, are, and loved ones and family. And we can all at this table appreciate and understand and have empathy for that, because we've had loved ones in different areas of concern or in surgery and that. So, and it's such a difficult time to be in hospital right now, because you don't have the visiting that you had in the past before the pandemic. There's all sorts of restrictions. So it's a strain not only on the hospital system, but also on the people that are having to have their families in ICU. So I just can't say it enough at how serious it was. And thank you, a big shout out to our CAO, Heather Jeremy Brube, for being on with me. But that's it, Gail. So okay, so we'll move on from our next is 15.2 council meeting schedule. And we have a report from Shannon Milley. Shannon, would you like to speak to your report first? Okay, great. I'll open up the floor for conversation or comments or questions. Councillor Stefanik, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Shannon. I agree with the Deputy Clerk's 100% recommendation. This is the fourth time we're just discussing this council meetings per month. I think the best thing is to ask for a recorded vote and get this thing out of the way, because we're wasting time on the same issue which had been decided 4 months ago. Thank you.
Okay, I don't even think we have a resolution for this tonight.
No, we thought we'd wait till we figure out what the schedule is going to be, and then we can actually put it on the resolution for June.
Okay. Any other comments from council? Okay, I have a few. I have to say I do enjoy having the special meetings, but I would like to see them scheduled, because then that way we know what's coming, and it's not just with the municipal service the Municipal Service Corporation coming now with Hornpain Housing, and having those meetings scheduled and understanding the ebb and flow of the scheduling. The one thing that I would like is, if we're going to one regular meeting a month, we have to take into consideration that council meetings actually give an avenue for the public to talk to council. So at the special meetings, if and looking at putting this into our procedure bylaw into the future, and I would like to say I'm on board with Councillor Stefanik that we need to have the procedure made. We're coming into the final year of this council's term, and I wouldn't want to leave it up in the air for the next council, that we have incorporated something and we're working it out to see that it works well. So back to the deputations, definitely I'd like to see if it's a 2 meeting system per month that has our regular meeting and then a special meeting scheduled, that citizens can do deputations at that special meeting as well, so that we don't lose the citizens' engagement. And one other thing, I know that we've talked in the past about doing training for council training, and I put this out there to council. We don't some training we can do as council, like it's a good exercise to do a training, but there are other trainings available through, Gail was telling me, through modules, and you can do them on your own. So I think that's a good balance too, and then we don't have to schedule a meeting for that. It can be done at the leisure of council. And the further recommendation that I would like to see is, Melissa did a really great report talking about the financial planning that we're going to be doing through the year. So when I look at the end of the year, understanding that, you know, is it December that we have that first budget meeting, or is it November? Having that kind of laid out, even if it's an asterisk, so that council ahead of time knows that that's coming and when those things should be happening, so that we're well advanced prepared. And then we're not, the other part too, is we're not overloading our agenda for the 1 month. Because what I'm finding is that sometimes with the one meeting, if we don't separate it out, we can have a very lengthy agenda that we want to try and avoid if we can move those presentations to another meeting, a special meeting, so that we're not having, you know, we've been cutting it good. We've been being able to get closer to that 9 o'clock range, but really, realistically, it would be nice to do council business about the 2-hour mark, and you're done with your in camera. So I would love to see that, especially kind of try to get that incorporated by the time we're done for sure. Like, I'm not sure if those, was I clear on those comments? Okay, I'm seeing yes. So is it going to come back to council with dates set out? Because I leave that to staff. It's your goal markers that you want to meet.
Well, yes, we will. It's just as long as nobody is, like, if anybody has any dates that they're not available, maybe they could let us know then, instead of us going through, you know, monthly calendars. If there's something that doesn't work for you, let Shannon know, I guess. Otherwise, Shannon, the second option you have with 2 meetings, it says at the top 2 regular meetings, but it could be, I'm looking at the last sheet, page 4. I mean, it could just be one regular, one special.
Yeah, I have no problem with the Wednesday. I have no problem. I don't know where council's on that. But yeah, I have no problem with that. And then it comes to is with Melissa with the budget meetings and that sort of thing, when those are best for her to do those. Is there a better date? Like, is that better in the afternoon or in the evening? That sort of thing. I leave that up to staff.
Okay. And the other thing is, you generally have one meeting one business meeting always have in July and August. Now, I don't know if that'll work this year because we've got so much on the go. So do you want special meetings scheduled for the summer months?
Me personally, I would prefer no, but if we don't have enough in our regular meeting, I'm just saying, like, I'm going to be honest here. I've been meeting every week, so it's difficult, but if we have to meet, we have to meet. Go ahead, Councillor Kistemaker. Belinda?
Okay, I'm not too sure where you guys are going on this, but if I understand right, Cheryl, what you're trying to say is to have every Wednesday we have, or every month we're having a meeting. However, somewhere during that month, you have a scheduled one already docked. If we don't use it, we don't use it. If we need it, it's there. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, basically it's already scheduled. The date's taken. I think we would probably end up using it because you're looking at into the fall. Like, to go with one meeting realistically each month for council. First of all, if we do that, just say we were to do that, just 1 month, 12 months a year, we've cut community engagement in half, 50% right there. Because we only have, unless... Yeah, so that's...
I think you would use them because we've got so much going on. All the special meetings we have been using already for presentations or deputations or whatever. which makes these meetings more focused on business. So if we can do, like, I don't think they would end up being empty is what I'm saying, because we have so much happening.
Yeah. And then it would be a more focused, right? Like our business meeting like this, and then a more focused meeting where it's presentations or we're hosting somebody, that sort of thing. Councillor Stefanik, go ahead.
Yeah, just through you, Mayor. If everybody recalls, I'm sure you do, in month of August of this year, we had one meeting, originally scheduled, one council meeting. By end of August, we had a total of 4 meetings, 1 regular and 3 special. So basically, it did not deter from us from meeting or anything else. If the necessity arises to have a special meeting, maybe 4 special meetings a month, that's fine. That's our roles at council. I respectfully say that. So I don't see an issue. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm in agreement with Drago on that, in the sense that if there's another meeting needed, what I would like to see is that we have our regular, the regular meeting scheduled. That gives the community, they know what's coming. And then if we put in those areas where we know that should be a special meeting, that those are pre-scheduled. So that we can, and then the community, it's an open communication. And then, like Drago's saying, if the need arises that we have to have a special meeting for some certain topic, well, of course we have to do that, right? It's not like last summer, what Drago's talking about, there's no choice. So that's my comments on that, is that, and I'm not even sure when we do up the procedure, can we write it that way, Shannon? Can we put it so that it's written out that way, so that moving forward, the new council has a good prescriptive way that they do their business? Okay. I guess the other thing too is we could just call them regular council meetings, but the second one or the first one just has a lesser agenda. We could probably do it that way. But anyway, however it's played out, I just want to see it's working. It seems to be working the way it's happening, but it does need to be put in a policy so that the community can read it and say, okay, this is what our council does. And this is how they hold business. Okay, any further comments on that? There is no resolution for that tonight, so. Okay, we'll move on then. We have 15.3. No. Yes. Sorry, 15.4. Oh, I'm missing. Sorry, I skipped ahead. We do have 15.3. That is AMO delegations. Any delegations that council would like to see us do, or what we're working on? Gail, do you have any that you think are necessary for us to do?
You know what? I really haven't given it much thought yet, but obviously I'm going to be doing so in the next couple of weeks. So I can be in contact with you. We chat a lot. So we can maybe have a chat about that.
Okay, I put it out there to council. Do you have any that you see? I'm wondering if we want to do one for the Ministry of Infrastructure for our airport.
We could. I don't know if it's like to make an amendment. We wouldn't need to do that, and we would be asking for an amendment probably before that. If we were denied, that may be another question. But I don't think we've made amendments before, and it hasn't been an issue. So I think if we have a good case and a good plan, I don't see why they would deny that.
Okay. Will they give us another $4.8 million?
Well, I don't know. They might if you ask nicely.
Well, Drago,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
on you. No.
You never know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully we ask nicely the first time and then Drago doesn't have to do a delegation for it. Okay. So is there any other ones that come to mind for council? And we have Councillor Stefanik, and who else is attending AMO? There's Gail.
I'd have to look up that resolution. I don't remember.
Okay. Don't worry. I just thought we knew. Okay.
Councillor Paroff?
Councillor
Yeah.
Paroff, are you in AMO?
Apparently so, yes.
Okay. Great. All the best to you. Okay, so we'll move on now to 15.4. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Drago and Peter. Moved by Drago Stefanik, second by Peter Kistemaker. Whereas on March 26, 2019, Ontario passed the Comprehensive Ontario Police Services Act 2019 Bill 68 and established a Community Safety and Policing Act 2019 CSPA. And whereas Section 67 of the CSPA requires there be an Ontario Provincial Police OPP Detachment Board or more than one OPP Detachment Board for each detachment of the OPP that provides policing in a municipality or in a First Nation community in Ontario. And whereas the purpose of the OPP detachment boards is to provide municipalities and First Nation communities receiving OPP services with greater civilian governance by ensuring each municipality and First Nation community receives policing services from the OPP, have an opportunity to represent their local perspectives, needs, and priorities, providing opportunities for municipalities and First Nations to collaborate on efforts to enhance community safety, and enabling OPP services to be delivered in a more transparent, coordinated, and efficient manner. And whereas each municipality and First Nation community receiving OPP services has been provided an opportunity to participate on an OPP detachment board, and whereas the OPP detachment board framework requires the municipalities and First Nations within the jurisdictional area of a detachment to submit one proposal by June 7th, 2021, indicating the composition of their board, and whereas all member communities under the Superior East OPP detachment consist of Township of Hornpain, Hornpain First Nation Incorporated, Township of White River, Township of Duberville, Municipality of Wawa, Mishpicotton First Nation, Township of Chapleau, have met virtually and agreed that the fairest representation for the Superior East OPP Detachment Board would be to allocate one seat on the board to each member community. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council, the Corporation, the Township of Hornpain does formalize its commitment to the member communities of the yet-to-be-established OPP Detachment Board for the Superior East Region to support the allocation of one local representative from each community to sit on the board. Be it further resolved that the Council authorizes the Municipality of Wawa to submit the proposal to the province on behalf of the group. Any discussion on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Stefanik.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm just not aware of the time frame for this project. I mean, I read all the background information. When are you going to start this project with the new boards, and when will it be actually enacted? Does anyone know the approximate dates? I did not see any in my readings.
Okay, I'm going to defer that to Gail.
I think they're still finalizing all that. They don't even have right now, because we were asking about, there were actually several ministry reps on that meeting, probably 8 or 9. Anyway, we were asking how it would work for the provincial appointees and you know, how they're going to advertise for that, or how we would advertise for that. And they don't even have like a sort of like a job description of what is expected for people to apply. So I think they're just kind of feeling their way right now and seeing how this part goes. Like they even said the June 7th deadline is a deadline, but they know everybody's not going to meet it. So I don't think they have specifically kind of pinpointed that yet. But it's into 2022 for sure. But I would think earlier in the year than later.
So basically, it's an infancy stage, obviously. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, definitely. It is good for our town though, because we do get representation now, formal representation, instead of doing, well, we'll probably still do meetings one-on-one with the OPP, but any other further comments on the motion or questions? Okay, I just want to say that the meeting went really, really well, and I have to give a shout out to Maury from the municipality of Wawa for all her hard work. So, Councillor Paroff, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
I just had a question. Has anybody been in consultation with the other communities that are on the list?
Yeah, we had a full meeting where I think all the representation were at the first meeting, correct, Gail? It was just the second one that I think we were missing one community or maybe two, but yeah, we all discussed together. That's how each community decided to have one representation, like if councils agrees to that.
Okay, well, I guess if all the other towns agreed to that list, that's fine. Just thanks.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll put it to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried, none opposed. Okay, we have our next item is 15.5 Canada Day, and I'll give that to Gail.
So, being that we're in the state that we're in, normally we would just carry on with our Canada Day celebrations as usual, with the exception of last year. But I think we need to, as a council and a staff, be on the same page and do what, I guess we don't want to go ahead and just do things without council approval this year, based on the COVID restrictions. So what we'd like to do is, and we've discussed this at sort of briefly at one of our SNT meetings, is we would really like to do some fireworks this year. I know it was a big disappointment for people last year. I think the community needs something, so if we can do it safely, I'd like to do that. And if you're looking at the provincial timelines that I mentioned in my COVID report, and if anybody who wants a vaccination is able to get one by the end of May, that gives them enough time to kick into 70% is the estimated effectiveness for the first dose. Some have already got their second dose, maybe some more will by then, I don't know. But still, you keep in mind restrictions, you still keep in mind your distancing and your masking until everybody's fully vaccinated. But that's what we'd like to do. We're going to plan for that anyways, and if for whatever reason we have to push that back to another date, well then I guess we do that, but we want to be prepared for that. And then with regard to activities, we can certainly do some virtual ones, but we're also hoping to do some other ones. And some of the ideas that came up at the meeting were a drive-in movie. There's a company that provides an inflatable screen, and they have thousands of things to choose from. So we could do something like that. I'm speaking with the treasurer, and we could take the money for that from the COVID money, because that's exactly what it's for, that type of thing, as well as, PPE and all that stuff. Another suggestion was to have some sort of competition that people could do in their own yards, whether it's decorating your house or decorating your yard or whatever. I mean, that hasn't been really fleshed out, but that way people are still having fun, participating, and staying apart. And I'm sure there's many other things that could be done. This was only the few of us talking for about 10, 15 minutes. So we would engage the other staff members and, certainly council ideas, and if there's ideas from the public, whatever. Because I really do think the community everybody needs a pick-me-up. So if there's anything that we can do safely, we certainly would like to do that.
Well, thank you for that, Gail. I'm totally in agreement with something. I agree. The town needs a pick-me-up. We need something and to plan for it. I remember it was, I think last year, was it at Easter? Someone had on Facebook was it Easter eggs or something in the window that people were finding? That's something that could be done where it's virtual in the sense you put a Canada flag in your window and then the kids can count how many they see when they're out walking. But I open it up to council. Do you have any suggestion for staff or any comments on Canada Day? You want to have fireworks? I'm seeing nods. Yes. Okay, Gail, I think you're getting the green eye. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Stefanik.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult to set up any type of event because you got 2 meters, 6 feet. I mean, and you don't want to encourage people to be in groups. So it's pretty difficult. As you say, the only basically alternative is to have it in your yard. That's basically, when everything is said and done, that's the only thing as council we could encourage people. Even as I say, a scavenger hunt throughout the community, not a good idea. Again, people go in groups, they mingle. So it's pretty difficult, but I would encourage, fireworks, and also something that could be done at home, as you said, flags in the windows, anything of that. And I think that's the sort of the short end of the whole situation, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. With the drive-in movie, do you listen to the movie on your radio?
You know what? I didn't look into it that much. I don't know, Dwayne, you were the one that we all thought before, but you were the one that sort of brought it up again today. I don't know if people look too far into it yet either.
Dwayne, do you know?
Yeah, they have an FM transponder you put in it transfers to your radio. The FM transponder sends the movie right to you.
Oh, that's cool. So we could do a drive-in and it's your household in your house or in your car and do that safely. What do you think, council? Yeah? Okay. I think it'd be cool. I'll go and watch a movie with my one person.
And then on top of that, sorry, I forgot about this part. We were thinking that we could possibly engage the restaurants and the Legion or whatever to do a special of some sort, or popcorn or whatever. They would do their own thing. People could take out, like they're doing now. It's no different than what's being done now, and take it into their car. So that's not any extra work for us. It's just seeing if they're interested in providing that kind of service for that day or that event or whatever. So
yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
that's a great idea. We did a local for lunch meeting with one of the ministers the other day, and that was the hashtag. So we could do local for Canada Day or eat for Canada Day or something. But I think you've got enough ideas there and all of council's support. So hopefully we can celebrate and have some fun, and maybe I just hope it's beautiful weather. Okay. We'll move on to 15.6. So Northeastern Ontario Municipal Association, NEOMA's mission, vision, and value statement. I open it to council for discussion or anything that they would add to the questions that they're asking us. Just while you're looking that up, council, I was thinking of definitely responding with the support letter that we thank them for including us on NEOMA, and also maybe letting them know the other contacts we have, like NOMA and the Northeast Superior Mayors Group. I think we add value to NEOMA, and I think it's valuable for us to be connected and have that ear to the ground. And it's unfortunate we've only had one meeting and just a few dialogues back and forth because of COVID, but so I didn't have much into their vision and mission because we really have only had one meeting with them, but I wanted to say that it's good to be supportive. So any other further comments from council? No? Okay. So do you want me to do up a letter for that, Gail?
Sure, if you want to drop something, I can have a look and see if I think there could be anything added or whatnot. Sure.
Okay. So if there's no other further questions from council, I'll just I'll do up the letter in our support. Okay, perfect. Okay, 15.7 council committee updates. What you been up to out there in COVID land? Councillor Kistemaker, go ahead.
We had a hospital meeting there last Tuesday, I believe, and thing that I could really bring forward from that is the generator. I'm not exactly sure on the time frame, but it looks like it's going to be up and running by the end of this year. It's right on track. Everything is planned, and you should see construction here shortly. They're already on work now, so. Heather explained how everything's going right as planned.
Oh, that's great. Good news. Okay.
Other than that, that's all I got.
Well, thank you for that, Councillor Kistemaker. Right on. That's great news. Okay, other councillors? Councillor Stefanik, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Our library board meetings are still continuing, of course. Our PHU meetings are still continuing. I'm humble enough to I'm going to be the vice chair again this year for PHU. We struck a new committee, a finance committee for PHU. I'm also part of that committee as well. On the cleanup week, historically, I used to organize a cleanup week through schools, or association and groups obviously can't do it now, but I'd like to see still a campaign by the administration to encourage our citizens to clean around their area, around their house, and 50 meters each way. Because again, we can't have the full force as we did. Matter of fact, I coordinated one 3 years ago. Superb attendance by all the groups. So it sort of encouraged the people to do best as they can in their area. And again, the 2 meters, 6 feet would be appreciated. Due to the increased thefts in our community, did anyone on the administration team or the mayor any contact with the OPP in Wawa? Just to, because the people are very concerned, as you know, and I know everybody else knows. Was there any contact from administration or the mayor, please?
From my perspective, no, Drago, I did not reach out to the OPP in that.
Okay.
I did go off of recommendations from local residents, though, because I do have cameras all on my property, and I did review everything, and I didn't see anything that there was nobody on my cameras I didn't know. so that was good.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty shocking. I mean, I've been here 37 years. My garage is always open, and it's not massive stealing, but it's a very, you have to be alert. And my final comment is to the staff, and I truly mean this. All the department head reports are to such a high level. Anybody off the street to come in, read the report, and understand 100% what is going on, what's the mission, what's the path, and what's the end results. All the administration team, staff, well done. And I thank you.
Right on. Thank you for that, Councillor Stefanik. Gail, did you have any discussions with the police about the burglars or?
No, not yet. I have actually thought about it, but I haven't got to it yet. So I do intend to.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Councillor Stefanik. Councillor Peroff.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't really have much to say. No, I did attend the NOMA conference last week, I guess. 3 days of virtual meetings. So I attended most of them, and that's about it. It's been pretty slow.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Councillor Kistemaker, Belinda?
I don't have anything to bring up about anything I've been involved in, except I have been doing some reading about our minerals in our in where we live. And one thing I've noticed is when it comes to the government has a program out encouraging encouraging communities to look for critical minerals, such as the lithium batteries that we have out, for instance. Okay, so saying that they're looking for minerals such as granite, cobalt, things that we do have in our area, but no one said that they found them. And one thing I noticed is we have a lack of prospectors in our community now. Like if you look back in the old days, for instance, my grandfather was in it, my father was in it, my brother was in it. We don't have those people around here anymore, which they would talk amongst each other on what their findings were, always looking for gold, nickel, or whatever. And I just noticed that there's no one talking about these things anymore. And it is something that is becoming very critical. Like there's even if you can't find gold, you might find, let's say, granite, and that granite can be used for something within what they're trying to develop in the markets now. And then I was thinking too that the NWMO was doing a huge part around here, taking samples or whatever, collecting data on our grounds and the whole works. And those are all records that should be available for anyone that is looking to invest in our community. I just think that it's important for us to have that data out and available, whether it's attached to the website, it's part of our library, which I'm hoping that you guys are already doing. And I just wanted to bring it up that it's something that I don't think we should forget about. We're in the center of Ontario with all this raw material around us. And I think we should be talking to our neighbors, bringing it up in a classroom, anything, and getting that spark back. And that's about it.
Okay, thank you, Belinda. Gail, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just suggest that we put that on an agenda for discussion at another meeting if you want to look into that further and that give any direction that way, rather than under the council committee update, that's all.
Okay. Do we have, just a question, do we have any of that data from the samples that the NWMO took?
There might be something in some of the reports. Honestly, I have not read those reports, so I could follow up with Norm and see. I'm sure it's somewhere, but I haven't had time to even think about those kind of things.
Okay. Stacy, go ahead.
I have I have the copies of all the reports that were at the NWMO office. And I've also I have all the downloaded copies of all the studies that they did in the time they were here. So there's probably at least 13 to 15 that has topographic and aggregate and materials in them. So it's something that the library already has copies of those, and the town hall has copies of those, and I have lots of extras in my office, but it's something that we could put a section on the economic development webpage and just drop the reports in there for now. Like not now, but that's something that we can do to get it out there.
Okay, so Gail, you're suggesting that it should be a topic for discussion later? And I'm wondering, how do you get, I guess we have to discuss it, because how do you even get prospectors?
Yeah, I don't know if you want to follow up on it, it should really be listed on the agenda if you're going to discuss it. That's all I was getting at.
Okay. I think it calls for a good discussion sometime into the fall. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Kistemaker. For myself, I've been... what have I not been doing? Anyway, I just trying to reach out to people. I usually don't comment on Facebook too often, but I felt the need this past week to comment a bit and get into some discussion. With our community update on Thursday at 4, I've been trying to commit to Thursday at 4 for the COVID community updates. And it was difficult. I had a difficult time last week when I was really concerned for our community that many people were going to get sick, and I just didn't want to see that. So I have to reiterate what Gail had said earlier about, that it was contained, and I'm so thankful for that. And all I've heard is that everyone's on the mend, and it's good news. So that's good for our community. I did participate in the OPP Detachment Board meeting. I did not participate in the Superior Mayors Group meeting. Gail did. I ended up having my job changed and could not make the meeting. I did reach out to John in the last minute, and I do thank you, John, for taking my message in the last minute, but we weren't able to coordinate that. So hopefully next time we can. And that's all I have to say is you can reach out to me at any time. And I'm thinking about that with what Drago, if you ever want me to contact somebody like the police or whatever, sometimes I don't think of everything. So just shoot me a message and say, hey, let's follow up. And then I can give a report to council on that too. I have no problem doing that. So, but that's it for me, everyone. And so we'll move on. For resolutions, or 16, 17, 18, we're going to 19, 20. So 20 is the closed session. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Peter and John. Okay, just before I read the resolution, so all of participants got the 2 links as well, just to correct, so everyone knows what they're... So you're going to go to your second link, and when we go into closed, I'm going to ask that we take a few minutes break before you join the close for a washroom break or grab a new coffee or what have you. So we'll convene and close at 45, so people know that ahead of time. So...
What time, Madam?
8:45.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by John Paroff. Be it resolved that the next portion of this meeting at 8:34 be closed to the public in order to discuss the security of the property of the municipality or local board, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory or crown agency of any of them, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, pursuant of Section 239 2ACHK of the Municipal Act 2001. Those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, so we'll see you in closed at 8:45. I'm going to do the 10 o'clock resolution first, just so we're not feeling rushed if there is. I guess I would have to open though. I'd open the regular meeting first, then the, okay. I'm just putting them in order here. And we're live with YouTube. Okay, thank you.
I'll just press the record. Just wait a second till somebody else comes in. See if they come in, I mean. I guess you could start if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'm thinking press record, Gail, because we can pass the 10 o'clock in case it...
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay. Oh, there we go. They're both... We were just waiting for you. If I can get a mover and a seconder to open our open session again, please. Peter and John.
Oh, my legs are hurting. Oops.
Moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by John Paroff. Be it resolved that the council of the corporation of the township of Hornpain does hereby return to open council at 9:54 p.m. Those in favor? And that is carried, none opposed. Council, I'm going to put the motion on the floor to extend beyond 10 o'clock just to get through these few resolutions we have to pass. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. John and Peter. Moved by John Paroff, second by Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornpain does hereby extend council hours for its regular meeting of Wednesday, May 12th, 2021, past the hours of 10 p.m. to complete its duties if needed. Those in favor? And that is carried, none opposed. Okay, so we have two resolution or motions coming out of our closed session. So if I can get a mover and a seconder for the surplus property and putting minimum bids. Peter. And if I can get a seconder, please. Belinda. Okay, moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by Belinda Kistemaker. Whereas council has declared some of the equipment located in the building located at 36 Fifth Avenue as surplus property and has authorized the client service manager treasurer to place it up for public sale. And whereas the township has received bids that are well below the value of the items, and whereas council would like to see the ratepayers of Hornpain receive a better return on the items. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornpain does hereby direct staff to contact the bidders and notify them that all bids received to date will be put on hold and that no further offers will be entertained until minimum bid amounts for items are established to ensure a fair value is received for the sale of the surplus items. And I put that to open for discussion. Any discussion on the motion on the floor? And I put that to a vote, council. Those in favor? And that is carried, none opposed. Okay, and we have the resolution of a purchase or a sale of property. If I can get a mover and a seconder. Peter, or sorry. Peter, you can't. This is your declared, sorry. I should have said that ahead of time. That was my mistake. So Peter has declared, Councillor Kistemaker has declared a conflict of interest on this item. And so I'm looking for a mover and a seconder from council. That was in discussion. John and Drago. And just to clarify that for you, Councillor Kistemaker, you were telling me that you were in a conflict, right? When you raised the hand, you weren't trying to move it. Yes, I apologize for that. The dealing with technology here. Okay, so moved by John Paroff, second by Drago Stefanik. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation, the Township of Hornpain, does hereby accept the offer to purchase from Sivancian Sivaganangam, sorry for the pronunciation, for the township-owned land known as 180 Front Street, 5796 000 001 00104 0000 Wicksteed, PT Township Divisional Yard of CNRP 1R12017 Parts 1 and 2 Hornpain Township, at the purchase price of $1,000 plus HST, and instructs the municipal clerk and the municipal solicitor to complete all necessary work and prepare all documents to complete the transfer as soon as possible. All legal fees and disbursements are the responsibility of the purchaser. Be it further resolved that the following conditions will apply to the sale, and there would be no further conditions. And I put this to the vote, and we do have Councillor Kistemaker. Peter, I have you recorded as abstained due to your conflict. So I put those to the vote. Those that are in favor of selling the property, and those that are against selling the property to defeat the motion. And that is carried. Or sorry, that is defeated unanimously by those who could vote. And there were further items discussed within our closed session tonight. There's no further resolution coming from those items for council at this time, and further discussion needs to be had. And if I can get a mover and a seconder for to confirm our proceedings tonight. Peter and Drago. Moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by Drago Stefanik. Be it resolved that the bylaw number 1860, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at the regular meeting held on Wednesday, May 12th, 2021, be hereby read a first and second time and be considered read a third time and finally passed. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, and I need a mover and a seconder to adjourn this regular meeting. Belinda and Peter. Moved by Belinda Kistemaker, second by Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that council does hereby adjourn this regular meeting of council held on Wednesday, May 12th, 2021 at 10:01 p.m. Those in favor? And that's carried. Well, have a good night, council. Thank you for enduring the long meeting.
Great work, staff. Thank you.